Is being recorded.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard.
Hold on 1 second. We love technical difficulties.
But I'm not in charge of it. It's very high pressure, I think. Yeah.
Getting better, but it used to be I could look at a computer and it would crash. So like,
Okay.
Ready.
Thank you.
And let me make sure the video is.
No, I wouldn't think.
The camera is on, right?
we don't know.
Here we go. Cool. All right.
Thank you. Okay, take two. Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. This is Wednesday, July 26, 2023. My name is Marcia Calloway. I'm currently serving as chair. I'm joined by board members Mary Layton, vice chair, Pam Smith, and Priscilla Vincent, as well as interim town manager Brennan Duffy. I understand Roger Arnold is on his way. This meeting is being held in Tracy Hall Meeting Room and via Zoom with CATV Jam broadcasting live on YouTube. The agenda and packet materials were distributed via the Norwich listserv, and they're also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. The usual housekeeping caveats: Brennan is monitoring admission to our Zoom platform. No one will be admitted unless we can see a name displayed. Full name? First and last, please. To get through the full agenda, all of us will be expected to offer focused remarks in a loud voice or a voice participants to hear. If the audience wants to talk to each other, please step out into the hall to do so. Everyone who wishes to speak must be recognized by the chair. In-person attendees should then come to the table in front of the board. Participants using the telephone should press *9 to raise their hand and *6 to unmute after being recognized to speak. The order will generally be select board members, then members of the public attending in person, then people participating through Zoom or telephone. Per our rules of procedure from March of 23, we allow the chair to suggest commenters to conclude their remarks within 3 minutes. The agenda is divided into sections. Comments about a particular topic on the agenda should be offered during that section of the agenda. There is a public comment section for items not on the agenda, and I will let everyone know when we reach that section. Specifics for tonight: we're grateful to have some critical experts with us this evening, and we have promised to be respectful of their time. Therefore, I would ask the board's permission to reorder the agenda to allow for several things. As to item 6, the Hemlock Rd closure and repair update from Stantec, they will be with us at 7 p.m. Item 9, the update on litigation with counsel, that will occur at 7:30 p.m. To keep that schedule, we may not have time for many questions or comments about either Hemlock Rd or, about Hemlock Rd. So I would suggest that we allow those to happen after the litigation update. As to items themselves, I would like to amend item 9 to read update on Katucki versus Norwich and other litigation. So that would be adding the words "and other." There would be a new item 12. That would be executive session regarding the police department personnel and contract matters. which means we would be renumbering 3 agenda items. Renumbered would be item 13, the select board procedure for Hennessy and future solar array projects. A renumbered item 14, the RFP for town manager position and planning for the interim town manager review. And item number 15, renumbered, would be possible continuation of Tracy Hall update planning. Does anyone have any other amendments that they want to add to the agenda or any comments about the agenda before we proceed to ask for a motion? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
So moved by Priscilla. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Mary. All in favor?
We need a roll call or not?
I suppose we will because we don't have Roger.
Is he reachable in his car? He said he was on his way, so
Well, we
roll
have
call if he's here.
and we have a quorum.
Right.
Okay. So here he is.
Okay. We just say it again.
Say it again. Hello, Roger. Let record show that at 6:41, Roger Arnold joined us.
Sorry, I'm late.
So Roger, I'm going to quickly go over, we have got for tonight, item 6, the Hemlock Road closure. We have Stantec here to talk to us at 7 p.m. And under item 9, the update on litigation with counsel, that has to occur at 7:30 p.m. to accommodate for counsel's schedule. To keep to that schedule, we may not have time for many questions or comments about the Hemlock Road issue, so I'm suggesting that we allow those to happen after the litigation update. Then as to the items themselves, I've put in front of you an amended motion sheet, so you can maybe read along with that in an easier fashion. Item 9, I would like to amend the title to update on Katucki versus Norwich and other litigation. So adding 2 words, and other. That would mean then we'd have a new item 12, which is executive session regarding the police department personnel and contract matters, which
The other litigation, I'm sorry.
and other litigation. Rosenblum,
Oh, we can just say that, can't we? Sorry.
we can?
Sorry, I didn't know what the other litigation was.
I didn't either.
Which means renumbering 3 agenda items. Renumbered item 13 would be the select board procedure for Hennessy and future solar array projects. Renumbered 14 is the RFP for town manager position and planning for the interim town manager review. Renumbered item 15 is the possible continuation of Tracy Hall update planning. Are there any other amendments or anything else about the agenda before we take a vote from your perspective, Roger?
Yeah.
Okay. So we now have on the table a motion by Priscilla to approve the agenda as amended and a second by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, so you all have an amended motion sheet, which you should be using now. The minutes are the next thing on the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of July 12th, 2023? And we can have any discussion that we need after that.
I move to approve the minutes of June 12th, 2023.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second? Second by Pam Smith. Any discussion? Priscilla.
One question, it was not clear to me during our meeting last time that on the contract for the Better Bin application, I didn't realize the system had already been adopted and this was whether to extend the contract for another year. I just thought it was a brand new thing, but maybe I just was too tired to hear what was said.
I believe this is a brand new thing. We don't have a,
So that then the minutes should be corrected?
I'm not familiar with that phrase, but I believe so.
Which page?
It's number 13 under minutes.
It was budgeted. I mean, we budgeted with the knowledge that we wanted it.
The second paragraph of the minutes under 13 says the decision to adopt the system has already been made. The present decision was simply whether to extend the contract for another year.
Okay. So,
The second half of the sentence is wrong, I would say.
Yeah.
The first half might be right, depending on your
Well,
perspective.
I think what we adopted, Mary, you can weigh in because you were there too. I think what we did was allow a budget line item for that, or enough in the budget so that they could do it.
We didn't enact it yet.
Right. So I think, would this be more correct? The decision to budget for the system has already been made. The present decision is whether to sign the contract.
It's also an app. We could just call it an app. No, system, but it's fine. We do. It's just an app. Just a phone app.
Well, it's something you have to buy, so it should be accurate about when we actually buy it. I'd be okay with those amendments. I would
Okay.
adopt this as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
How Pam feels about it, but
Fine with it.
okay.
So given our last discussion about how we were going to amend minutes, Roger, were you going to be making the notations on minutes?
I don't know if I agreed to that.
Okay, so we're back to square one.
Would you like me to?
Ralph,
I would volunteer to do that.
would you?
Yes.
That would be great.
Taker. Shouldn't they just do that?
I don't know, we had a whole discussion about it.
I think we decided that we would go with the minutes as they are put in the packet. And then if we amend them at the meeting, then they get amended before they're finalized. And I would be happy to incorporate any changes and then send them to the town manager's office to be finalized and posted.
How does everybody feel about that?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you for doing that.
Certainly.
Okay, so you'll be doing that particular change. Are there any other changes to these minutes? No? So shall we call the question? All in favor of approval of the minutes as amended? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Watching the time. All right, correspondence. Is that next? Or is it- Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to switch around a little bit here because I know that Jeff Lubell is here and wanted to have something to say about the memo from the Affordable Housing Subcommittee about a grant application that the subcommittee would like to explore. That was forwarded to us by Jan Lansfear in his capacity as chair of the Norwich Planning Commission. Jeff, would you like to say, announce yourself here and offer whatever you want to offer?
Yeah. Jeff Lubell, Spring Pond Road. Thank you for considering this. So I wanted to give you a heads up that we would like to come back before the select board for a decision in early September or late August, depending on your schedule, about submitting a grant application to the Vermont Community Development Program for a planning grant that would help us understand whether affordable housing would be feasible and safe to develop on the town-owned parcel on New Boston Road that also includes a transfer station. We had come before the select board, as you may remember, last fall. We talked about this. There was some new information that was shared there about a concern, an environmental concern. And so we did our research to understand what would be the most effective way to address that concern. And there was also a concern about environmental justice, and we investigated that as well. And so we are proposing essentially a two-part process. The first part would be to apply for a planning grant that would help us answer the question, is affordable housing feasible on that site, right? Does it have the water, the wastewater? Where would you put it? All those kinds of things. If the answer is no, we go home, right? That's it, right? But if the answer is yes, there's a second phase, which would involve an environmental assessment of the property that would be paid for out of the state or federal environmental assessment brownfields program. And we are not currently eligible to apply for that because we don't have a site plan. You need a site plan in order to move forward with that. So that's why we proposed the planning grant first and then the environmental assessment. So that program would also qualify the town in partnership with a prospective purchaser to apply for funds to remediate any problems that were found. So this would be a way forward, right? So the next planning grant application is due September 12th, which is soon. If we're going to move forward, we need to start working on an application and we need to hold a public hearing. We didn't want to do that without getting some feedback from you about, is this something that you would even consider? Because if the answer is everyone says, no, this is completely off the table, then there's no point in holding a public hearing or preparing an application. But if you say, we're open to considering this, go ahead and prepare the application. We understand you'll still make a decision when you see the full application. We would come back before you to, in early September with a full application and ask for you to review it. And that would be informed by the public comment at that time. We would have a full budget at that time. But in general, we anticipate asking for no more than $6,000 from the town. That would be matched by up to $60,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program. And really quickly, the environmental justice thing. Our vision is that the development would be in the far northern portion of the parcel and would be accessed ideally not by driving past the garage, but by coming from the north or coming from the east, so that people would basically drive through the woods. They would come to a site. They wouldn't even know or feel that they're close to the town garage.
Mary?
A couple of questions, and you don't have to answer them now because I know we're really tight for time. One is the transfer of land to the Green Mountain Economic Council and back, which I think is fine, but thinking about Star Lake and not quite sure who owns that. Maybe it's Twin Pines. Like why go to Green Mountain Economic Council and back to the town? Why not to some other entity that deals with affordable housing? So that's one question. The other question is just looking at the maps, that access from New Boston Road just seems like a shorter distance than through that Olcott Road. So even though it might protect privacy or, give more sort of aesthetic calmness to finally arriving at the house site, I think it would also add to costs. And so it's something that I want to hear more about.
Right. So these are great points. Let me just really quickly address them. So one is that under the Vermont system for brownfields funding, the economic development corporations have like a privileged status in terms of their ability to access funding and their ability to obtain a certificate of completion that would then ensure that there's no liability going forward. Brennan can tell you more about that because he actually ran one of these organizations in Rutland. So that would be the reason to use them, but we're not wed to using them. We could use a different nonprofit. It just has to be some third party.
Right.
But we get the money back. We get the parcel back. They're just holding the parcel so that they can be a prospective purchase, access to the funding. We transfer it, they transfer it back. So they never keep it for very long.
I understand that. It's just, my question is, and you don't have to answer it now, should it not come back to the town? Should it come back to some other entity?
We could decide, you could decide that.
Something,
You could decide that later. Yeah, we can answer that later. And then your other question is that we will investigate the feasibility of all possible ways into the property.
Yes, yeah.
It's not possible at this point, I don't think, to access it directly from New Boston Road because of the steep slopes.
Oh, the slopes. Yeah.
So that would be ideal, right? To go right over the slope. So
distance wise, but maybe not slope wise.
Slope wise is really hard. That's the problem. Yeah. But the whole point of the planning grant is to answer all of these questions. It's to figure all this stuff out, to have somebody go in with the economics, not us. So we have a lot of questions too. The planning grant will help answer those questions.
Okay, I also say generally in favor, but there's still a lot of questions.
I want to thank you for putting together what felt like a very complete package, very, very clear to understand. I know there are a tremendous number of challenges to building affordable housing anywhere, especially here without public septic. I am in favor of it if we can do it, but of course we have to abide by all the regulations. And I say,
Roger?
So you mentioned that you came before the board. You had some questions and you did some research. What was that research?
Research was to understand the process for how we would access environmental funding, to do an assessment and what the right order of that was. Because we also, of course, talked with Neil and we talked with other people to understand where the previous dump site was, and it was south. Nobody thinks it was north of the current transfer station. Everyone thinks it was south of the transfer station. So what we found out is that it's not advantageous to the town to just go and dig because, we don't know what they're going to find. And it would be important to do that in the context of a brownfields assessment where you have a prospective purchaser that would qualify you for money for remediation and the ability to get a certificate of completion under the umbrella program that would protect the town. And so that's the research that we did.
So the recommendation is the same as to do a study. But it's just an additional study is what has come out of the period between when you last appeared before?
Yes, it's a second step, right? The first step is you do the planning grant so that you have a site plan. Once you have a site plan, you can then ask for brownfields funding. And we've described the process and the umbrella program that would then help the town sort of get some confidence and help get that paid for.
Okay, so just quickly, because we're down to 4 minutes here, I'm concerned about 4 things. I can't be in favor of something if I can't see the grant application. I want to see that first, even though it's blank. Second, I'm a little concerned because our grants are going to be run through the town manager's office, and so I want to know that he's got the bandwidth there to do that. Third, even though Brennan has told me, about how this works, I'm very concerned about a straw man transfer of land, and that it seems like even if it's blessed by the state, it seems a little bit like trying to avoid liability. And so I worry about that. So I want to be absolutely sure that the town isn't doing something that it shouldn't be doing to escape being liable for some sort of contamination. And 4, I know that with state roads, that road access is restricted. There's only so many roads that can come off in so many places. And so I would want to know that we didn't have that same restriction with any other road access that you were talking about. And that would be, I presume, under state law.
Doesn't it require an easement of an abutter to get access to that parcel as well?
Doesn't it require what?
Does it require an easement for an abutter to get access to that parcel?
It would require an easement, and that's something that we would look into during the planning phase. Would be, can I just say really quickly that TRORC has offered to administer this grant on behalf of the town. So if that's something that the town wishes to do, they will do that for us because we understand their limited capacity.
I'm going to cut you off and ask first, Pam, in short, do you have, because we're so short, do you have a concern that you want to express? No. Okay. So what I'd like to do, if the board is willing to do this, is put it on our next agenda for a proper discussion. And I would like to see the grant application, even though I know it's going to be in blank. How does everybody feel about that?
It's a little tight on your timing, isn't it?
It's tight, but
anyway,
if the sense of the board is mostly that you're positive, we'll start working on it, and then we can come back before you and have a longer discussion as that works.
So first question, shall we schedule it for August 9th?
Only if some of the things that are on this agenda are dealt with by, are you saying the next meeting, the 26th of, or whatever
this
it is?
The 26th.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying September 9?
No, August 9th.
August 9.
I'm sorry.
I don't even know what month I'm in.
I think we're out of time. Let's discuss this in agenda setting.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you very
Generally
much.
positive.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to suspend further discussion about correspondence, and we're going to move now to the Hemlock Ridge item. And sorry, what?
We have to jump to hear from Stantec.
It's 7 o'clock. Stantec.
I'm sorry, this is really a rush tonight. So do we have Stantec with us? Or
Yeah, let me, if I could, I'll just
Yeah.
kick this off. So as many of you know, we've had an issue on Hemlock Road that has required that road be condemned and closed due to some safety concerns. We have with us a number of engineers from Stantec. We have commissioned to help us understand the situation and come up with some plans. We also have Chris Kaufman, who's on, and I might just like Chris do a little more of an introduction there. And then I think what we'll do is allow one of the Stantec members to have the shared screen. I think they have an actual presentation that they're going to provide in a short period of time here.
Okay.
So Chris, do you want to just add anything to that?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. So on the 17th of July, I was notified that there was, so we're talking about Hemlock Road. It's a dead end road, which it serves exclusively essentially 4 homes, 2 of which are owned by one particular resident and 2 that are in the center area of the road. And then there's one closer to Route 5 that's not really a part of this, impacted by this, but essentially there are, I guess, a total of 5 on Hemlock Road. We were notified on July 17th about some sort of crack or something on the road that was a concern. Looked like there was some sort of movement. I went to the site the next day that I was notified that evening. I went to the site on the 18th, confirmed, in fact, there was a crack in the road, and not only a crack in the road, but the road had appeared to move from the time I was even notified about it. At that point in time, I reached out to various folks, V.Trans, the town managers, and TRORC, various partners, because at that point in time, I felt like it was a slope stability issue that was potentially from the FEMA event, which had just happened on July the 10th. I contacted Stantec, and Stantec met me on site the next day, and V.Trans was supportive of that as well. I met Stantec up out on site. We walked the site, and we were able to determine that yes, in fact, this is a concern. And at that point in time, we made the decision to contact the residents and explain that this was an active slope situation and that we were going to do a little more investigation. But in the meantime, that looked like we were going to have to potentially close the road. We did a little more notification with the town manager. We circled bases with FEMA, and we spoke to both the police as well, and we all concluded that due to safety concerns and access, that the residents would be better served not accessing their properties. The property at the end of the road, the woman had passed away, so these were relatives in town for the wake and the funeral, and 2 folks in the center these are rental homes, one of which one party was moving out shortly and he is no longer there, and another party that had to leave. And so those were the affected parties at this point in time. We notified all the owners with Brennan, and we closed the road officially on 7 a.m. on July the 21st. So I wanted to introduce Mark Nuroff with Stantec. That would be on Friday morning. And everybody went around, we contacted everybody via email, letter. It was also posted to the houses. We also notified all the renters as well. So everybody's been notified. And we also let them know about this may be a FEMA, no guaranteed, of course, but we believe it's a FEMA related issue. And therefore, there are some reimbursements that could be potentially accessed by these parties. So we provided all of them that information as well. So at this point, I want to introduce Mark Nuroff from Stantec. He was the geologist on site doing the initial investigation. He's been in cooperation with both the project manager and the senior geotechnical engineer with Stantec, evaluating the site and giving us some guidance as we proceed to evaluate and how we move forward. So Mark, why don't you jump right into it?
Thank you, Chris, for that introduction. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm going to jump right into the presentation itself. If there's a possibility, it says the host is disabled screen sharing. So if it's possible to have the host enable that.
Yeah, nothing was disabled, but I don't think I put you on.
I think it's a default setting.
Yeah, I'm now trying to find your meeting here. Gotcha.
You know where 132 comes into, there's the bridge that crosses the Untitled. Before that, it's the road just before the bridge goes off to the left. It follows along the Untitled on the south side.
Yes, Stuart?
Will you come back to correspondence at some point in the last comment?
Yes.
Mark, I just made you a co-host, which should allow you to share your screen.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that.
A second.
Hopefully, there's being on to the Zoom meeting. I can't get admitted for whatever reason.
Can somebody see if he's got
Are
internet?
you in the waiting room?
Here's 132. This is the bridge over the Untitled. So it goes up along.
We can see it, Mark. I can see it. So
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
All right, so again, thank you, Chris, for the introduction. As you mentioned, we were contacted on July 18th, and I headed out there first thing on July 19th to meet with you. This is the overall finding from that investigation and a subsequent investigation that I went out and met Chris again on July 24th. And so in the interest of time, just to speed through this and have some opportunity for questions and answers, the agenda is essentially introducing Stantec and the overall scope of work, general overview and status of Hemlock Road, the observations and results of that embankment investigation, general design alternatives, and then the next steps moving forward.
Mark, this is Marcia Calloway. I don't mean to pressure, but we need to be on to another thing at 7:30. So if you can talk as quickly as possible, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Chris had requested that I provide or that Stantec provide support and field assessments, mitigation options, cost estimates, and present the findings of the embankment failure on Hemlock Road. Hemlock Road, as you just discussed, is just off from US Route 5. And as Chris mentioned, it does serve 5 residential properties, one of which is unaffected by the closure itself. The location of the embankment failure restricts access to 4 of the residential properties and the cemetery that's just off from it. As Chris mentioned, initially the road was restricted to 1 lane access, and it has been closed as of the morning of July 21st. So these are the primary observations taken out in the fields. The left observation is from July 19th, the right is from July 24th. The primary embankment instability has failed. The ground mass is vertically dropped upwards of 10 inches as of July 24th, and the failure crack measures 160 feet long and up to 9 inches wide along the roadside itself. The stream bank directly downhill of that road failure or embankment failure exhibits extensive scouring and horizontal incision under the embankment. The embankment is currently slumping over that incision, indicating the erosion itself was recent and caused directly by that extreme storm event on July 10th. There was a secondary zone of road instability that Chris noticed on, I believe it was the July 20th. It's rather difficult to see here, but there are a few road cracks that had developed almost directly adjacent to the spur road that accesses the cemetery. These cracks were measured as a discontinuous line of potential failure, measuring about 60 feet along the edge of the road. And upon investigation, there's an old culvert that has an inlet here, and based on the alignment, is supposed to be outcropping or have the outwash on this embankment, and that other side of the culvert was not observed, and so the culvert has been interpreted to be failed. The primary embankment failure has been extensively undercut by the river during the storm event. The saturated soil from all of the rain added to the weight of the ground mass while decreasing the strength of the soil. The embankment was historically stable, as most of the trees on the embankment were straight, as seen in this image here. Continuous line. And the failed embankment was, as I interpreted, a direct result from the recent storm event. Based on publicly available LiDAR and field observations, the road within the embankment failure is approximately 30 feet above the river. The failure plane extends all the way down to the river. And this is a cross section of that. This is where the road itself is. And this is essentially the failure plane as I interpreted it. This is certainly subject to adjustment based on a geotechnical investigation and additional data that may be gathered at subsequent time. Increasing the strength of soil. The results this results in a significant volume of ground mass as most and an equal volume of ground mass which needs to be excavated and built back up to restore the road. The secondary road slope instability is considered to be much smaller, with the failure plane interpreted to extend only partway down the slope. Due to the extent of damage and anticipated duration to stabilize and remediate the road, it's advisable that temporary alternative routes be investigated. And any temporary routes, it should be noted that any temporary routes will be fully removed with the land remediated after its use, provided that that is an option with easements. So moving on to the general design alternatives. Stabilizing and permanently fixing the embankment will require significant earthwork and incorporate a retaining wall. Additional stream bank stabilization measures beyond the embankment failure zone is required to stabilize and mitigate future embankment failures. And so this is along the stream bed itself, not just within the zone of embankment failure, but the stream bed itself has extensive scouring, which could cause adjacent areas along that road to become unstable. The secondary road instability will require rebuilding part of the slope and likely replacing the existing culvert. So moving on to the very important questions of costs. Before I dive into this, I do want to have some caveats here. The costs are based on our experience of past projects. Due to the recent demand for contractors and materials from the natural disaster cleanup, prices may increase substantially. And these costs are based on very limited information. We were not able to conduct a proper geotechnical investigation with drilling or anything like that. So pending any design changes, the values will change as well. Diving into this, the permanent embankment fix itself listed at $750,000. That is the primary embankment failure. That incorporates the construction of some sort of retaining wall. The stream bank stabilization effort along the stream bank is listed at about $200,000. The road slope and culvert replacement is listed at $100,000. And then if at all possible, any temporary access, we estimate at about $100,000 as well. So this adds up to, let's see, 950, just shy of $1.2 million overall. So next steps moving forward, as Chris mentioned, this should be eligible for disaster assistance relief for funding. And based on our assessment, we believe that most of the damage was caused by the recent extreme storm events and would be eligible. FEMA disaster assistance is a federal program, and so any federal procurement rules must be followed. The application deadline for that federal disaster relief funding is 30 days from the disaster declaration itself. And then subsequent emergency work must be completed within 6 months, and permanent work is to be completed within 18 months from that disaster declaration itself. So again, in the interest of time, I tried to speed through that. I know that there are plenty of questions associated with this. I welcome my co-workers Julian and Israel to turn their cameras on to assist with any technical questions as well. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Roger, go ahead and start.
Thank you, everyone involved, for such a quick response and an assessment. What are we being asked to do this evening? Brennan?
I don't think anything specifically today. We just wanted to provide a public information on what's happening.
So am I to understand that we should be authorizing the temporary road is part of the 30-day emergency criteria? Would we need to take action on that temporary road proposal for these residents, or?
I don't know that the select board needs to take action on that tonight. Again, I think that's probably the most likely option in the short term to allow people to access those residences, but I don't really have a full handle on how we're going to do that at the moment.
Mary?
Oh, are you done, Roger?
I guess I'm unclear about what the next steps are for the town of Norwich.
Well, Stantec, does anybody want to hop in there with a recommendation? This is my first natural disaster, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So I mean, typically what would happen is you want to get your application started for FEMA. That's going to be the most important thing, is the application deadlines are typically 30 days from that disaster declaration. So any applications that come in after that are not going to have any public or any funding available. So we're going to want to move on that pretty quickly. As part of that, they're going to want some more detailed analysis on potential costs. And then the next thing that I would definitely want to get going on as soon as possible would be the identification of a potential alternative access from a neighboring property, if possible, just to get these folks access back to their homes. And then once that application is submitted, there'll be a FEMA representative that kind of walks the town through the process and make sure everything's done per the federal regulations. As Mark noted, that the federal procurement rules apply. So we've got to be very careful to make sure that's followed so that the town can be reimbursed for any costs. So yeah, that's
Israel how is the state plugged in on this one, and what's the interaction between the federal partners and the state?
Yeah, so the federal partners in the state. So typically what's going to happen is it'll be a state person that administers all the funds with federal oversight. So it's, typically what will happen is the person that's assigned to be the FEMA representative works for the state. And all that stuff goes up to the feds for approval.
I have some questions. Mary is first.
I noticed during our 2017 event, which was over $3 million, we had to, we had to start the work and we had to finance the work. and get it done before, and document it very thoroughly before the reimbursement happens. So seeing as this is a very large amount of money, we're going to have to be thinking about something, a line of credit or some way to finance this. And last time around, we did get a line of credit, but we dipped into our reserve funds, which I think is not a good idea. I don't think we should go that road again. But it's a large amount of money, and we're going to have to front that money to get it done. And then, hopefully we'll get the reimbursement. And if it works the way it did last time, I think the state picks up part of the tab, 25% or something. So
To be clear, this is not the only expense we're incurring due to the storm and the flooding. So we have other projects.
But my point is that when you have to go through the FEMA process, you do have to get the work done, and you have to pay for it up front.
Correct.
And with that 2017 storm, that was almost the size of our budget. Okay, so it's a big hit, and we just have to figure it out as part of the process.
So I'm wondering if we can have a stepped out to-do list of things that need to be done in a particular order. I'm wondering particularly, I'd like to see what is the 30-day disaster declaration date. And so what does that mean for our deadline, our 30-day deadline, as well as the 6-month deadline? And then I'd also like to know, are we talking about this cost is that you've stepped out here? Is that for the whole road or just for the part that's showing damage right now? And if not, are we going to be expecting more damage? Like, is this something that spreads? Anybody?
Yeah, so that cost, so market included costs for stabilizing that toe for the entire length of the area that was incised. So that should prevent future damage to those segments, and the wall portion would only be the portion that has failed.
Okay, and who would do something like that stepped out to-do list for us?
Well, I can work with Stantec to develop that and provide that information to Brennan to move forward.
And thank you, Chris, and fold in the information from FEMA and the state so that we have a big picture.
Yeah.
Because as Mary said, we're going to have to do some substantial planning for how we're going to cover costs in the first instance.
Yep.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, back to the cost question, is that there's a couple classifications of FEMA damage, and the one that's emergency, that those are the 6-month fixes. Those are typically where you would go and you'd have to pay it up front and then get a reimbursement. But the permanent fixes are more administered like a grant, where you don't have to front that money. So that would actually get paid by FEMA. But we would definitely have to work with FEMA to get clarity on how those different classifications work and how they would apply to this project.
That's great. And is this something that we should be scheduling on our agenda? We meet every 2 weeks. Should we just put this on there so that we can get updates? How should we proceed, Brennan?
I don't know if we need to do it every 2 weeks, but maybe every month would be a recurring check-in on this would be appropriate. I also, while we have Stantec, I know we have a couple residents and homeowners who are here in the meeting. And is there any, could you give us some kind of a time frame on the permanent fix if we were to say we're proceeding with rebuilding that road with the recommendations you've made, versus obviously the other temporary access initiative could be something maybe done a little quicker, but I want you to kind of guide us there.
Yeah, so
question, Brennan.
Kind of a time frame of if we were to rebuild that road, are we talking 3 months, 6 months, 12 months versus trying to get access in the short term?
When can people get back in their homes?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. With service that would allow us to respond if we needed to.
Safely get back in their homes.
Sure. Right.
Yeah, we're thinking that a permanent fix of the magnitude that we were discussing with the retaining walls, that would be definitely out in that 12 to 18 month time frame to get all of that work done. In-stream work is notoriously difficult to do in the winter. So that would not be allowed by the regulators. So that's why we're really hoping that we can come up with some temporary access alternative that could be in place while that permanent fix is getting designed and developed.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, so I know that you're probably looking at parcels and mapping of how another route could get into those three homes that are kind of cut off right now. What do you think timing wise we could expect to have kind of a game plan for that?
Yeah, I think that can move pretty quickly. There's some conversation that has to be had with the adjacent property owners and the state to make sure that that's all going to be possible. But the design for that we could definitely get done pretty quickly. And temporary access work involves type of work that most local contractors can easily do. It's not specialized work, mostly dirt work and gravel. So it should be pretty quick to procure a contractor and get them going on that.
Israel, a real quick question I have, and it is due to the fact that this is a federal project, are we, from a procurement standpoint with regards to engineering and construction and all these activities, what kind of process for requests for qualifications, or can we just choose our contractor and proceed, or is FEMA going to have a lot of input on that end, or do that?
Yeah, so for the emergency fix, you're allowed to just go out and get somebody as long as it's under certain dollar values, which we certainly are for our portion so far. When we get into the permanent fix, it's likely that you will need to go out for an RFP process or use the state's pre-approved process, the At the Ready program. That can also be used. So I think there's 5 or 6 consultants on there that have proposals already developed. You can go review those and then pick the firm you feel is the most qualified.
So I just,
All right, Roger.
yeah, I just want to be clear on the process, particularly since we have a homeowner here. So the town of Norwich is with Stantec is exploring a temporary access solution, which we would come back to us or the town manager to procure the funding for, which could be done, it sounds like, with a local contractor. The permanent embankment fix would be a FEMA grant and would go to an RFP process according to our financial policies. So I just want to be clear that the temporary access is considered an emergency criteria under FEMA, and that we are moving forward with that right now, right? Is that clear? I think Brendan was trying to ask that and I didn't get an answer. What's the answer? Are we getting a temporary access road? Is that being explored?
Is temporary an emergency qualification?
We believe so. FEMA will have to clarify that exactly, but that's our understanding, is that emergency access would be considered an emergency procedure.
And just to note too, that FEMA has to weigh in on and verify that this is in fact can be considered a FEMA event, correct, Israel? They have to sort of, so right now we're moving ahead, but we're moving ahead in a fuzzy way with the assumption based on your technical input that this is related to the actual event, but there's no guarantee, of course, at this point. We're just moving ahead because we have to do what we are required to do, provide access to these residents.
So we can progress with the temporary access and then wait to see what FEMA says.
Yeah, I will just add. So we had two FEMA representatives and a National Guard team that came down here on Thursday before the door was closed. They actually inspected the site and came back with the same conclusion that there was an imminent danger there. Right now, I'm sure they're spread thin. They're mobilizing throughout the state. They're kind of looking at different communities. So we are on their radar. They are aware of this particular instance. They are aware that Norwich has had a major situation here. We're just kind of waiting at some level for the right person at FEMA to connect with us. And that's a pretty bureaucratic, large organization. So nobody has gotten to us yet. We will be applying for FEMA relief. So we will get our name in there as said in a certain timing. And then I think at some point we will have an actual liaison from FEMA that we would be working with on all of these projects at their cost.
Am I understanding correctly that nothing would prevent us from proceeding with a temporary access plan for $100,000
No,
while we wait?
I think that's probably what we will do. We will be working concurrently to move forward. We're not holding over here.
Okay. And do we have people here, homeowners that are affected? Yes. If you want to say anything.
I think the first question, I'm just representing
To the table.
I representing the four owners of the properties. So they were not able to, I think some of them maybe on Zoom. So the first question is whether the presentation can be shared with us here.
Yes.
Okay, great. So actually the second question, I really appreciate the select board help push the temporary access point, because I think we're concerned about the building safety. So because now no one is there on that road, so no one take care of all the properties, and so it's escalate in short notice. 2 days, everybody have to move out. So everything's still in the home. So if there's a fire, there's no one take care of that. Any contingency plan that help us if there are some emergency, and no one really know if there's emergency in that road because no one was there. So is there any plan that we can be there? And then really appreciate if you can share us timeline if the temporary access can happen, because all our lease is still there. We haven't disable our lease. So our tenants have to find housing emergent. They have to pay double. And we already agreed to prorate their rent, but we still have lease. So we have the liability to provide housing to them. So just want to know the time frame, really eager.
Yeah. Can we have your name, because we didn't get that?
Oh, sorry. My name's Yan Mei Lin. I'm the owner of the 95 Hemlock Road. So there's another couple is on 101 Hemlock Road, Jane Wong. And as Brenda mentioned, the owner of the 141133, she deceased a couple weeks ago. And then they have the nephew and her sister are taking care of the property. So I'm Yan Mei Lin, Yanmei. Last name is Lin. Yeah. I think Jane is in Zoom. Yeah.
So just, we are.
So Jane is here. So yeah.
Thanks. We are working to get answers. I don't know that we can give you a whole lot more than what was just provided tonight, but we're hopeful we'll have some better timing and an update for you very shortly.
Yes, we really appreciate it. I think there will be a safety temporary assessing would be a great, at least a temporary solution for us, that we know our tenant can go back to their house and we can take care of the house if there's any emergency. So I think Jay wants to say something.
Yeah, and I think we do appreciate a more frequent meeting and updates, right? So earlier we talked about whether we can have this meeting every 2 weeks. That will be very helpful for us to understand the progress, because we cannot tell our tenant or our family or whatever, tell them that, hey, we don't have update for you. That's why I hear from the meeting today, and next time I get the updates a month later, and we don't know what those meetings will tell us, in a month's time. So that's really too long of a time frame for us, to understand the whole process, because everybody involved is anxiously waiting to understand how we should make arrangement, for this situation.
And Jane, if I could, so I was suggesting for this to come back to the public body here, the select board. I think we could certainly work out like a weekly update that would be between the town manager and the residents to keep you kind of timely informed, if that would work.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, everyone. You will be hearing from the town manager.
We have our emails connected here, and we'll be letting you know as soon as we have any more information.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Very sorry all of this has happened. All right, we now need to move to our, what number is it?
9.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stantec, for joining us.
Oh, yes,
Thanks.
I
for the
apologize.
clarification.
Thank you. We're on a timeline here, but thank you so much. We'll be looking forward to hearing from you. All right, number 9, this is the update on Katucki versus Norwich and other litigation, specifically Rosenblum, possible executive session under 1 V.S.A. 313. May I have a first motion, please?
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. section 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Do we have a second motion?
I move to enter executive session under 1 V.S.A. section 313A1E to discuss pending civil litigation in which the public body is a party.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second? Priscilla again. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We are in executive session at 7:36 p.m.
So I'm going to be moving everyone into the waiting room, and when we come out of executive session, you'll be readmitted back into the meeting.
You put us on, take off the.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Pam, do you have a motion?
No, they're not.
Okay.
I move to authorize the town legal firm to pursue the courses of action as discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. Ralph, did you get that motion or would you like it to be read again?
Yeah, please do. I wasn't sure which one that was.
It's a motion to authorize the legal firm to pursue the courses of action as discussed in executive session.
Without naming the legal firm?
What's the town legal firm?
Stitzel, Page, and Fletcher.
Oh, just a minute.
And that was seconded by Mary. Unanimous.
Okay. We all set, Ralph? Okay. So now we left off with correspondence, so we will go back to that. I'll just go through what we received, and then we will, we might as well jump to the public comments, which are not on the agenda, because we're moving around here. So Wayne Niffen and Charlotte Metcalf each wrote to reiterate their concerns expressed at the July 12th meeting. Arlene Rotman and Sue Pittiger wrote about the Kids Bridge and fundraising. I would note that the Norwich Master Financial Policy dates from October of 2019. Anyone can Google it to read what it says. Some of those policies need to be rewritten, but as it stands, we're following the adopted policies, and the interim town manager has done what he's required to do under the gift policy, and he'll speak to that tonight under item 7. Chelsea Maxim, formerly of the Norwich Police Department, wrote again to explain her reasons for resigning from our police department. And we already dealt with Jan Lanspear's letter about the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. So with that, anyone who's here who wants to speak to their correspondence or for any public comments that are items not on the agenda. Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak to some of the correspondence.
Please come up to the table and identify yourself. It's not.
Don McCabe, Meeting House Road.
And it's not. Oh, you don't need to say where you live.
Just Norwich.
Yeah.
We also know.
Right, I'll be brief. This project started 3 years ago, and it was initiated to replace a bridge that was across Bloodbrook from the west side of Norwich to Huntley Meadow. The bridge had fallen. And so everybody thought it was a good idea who I talked with, and everybody who donated money, including Dorothy Byrne, Dan Fraser, Peter Welch and his family, the Rotmans, the Doshas, the Pittigers, the list goes on and on. They all donated about 3 years ago, and they have been waiting and waiting and waiting. Finally, we have action, thanks to Brennan and his interest in moving the project along. The project had passed all of the milestones necessary, DRB approval, hydrology study approval, site approval. What we're waiting for is select board approval to permit me to raise the balance of the money to pay for the project. This project is designed to cost Norwich nothing, but to give Norwich a gift. I need to be able to do my job to raise money in order to give the gift. And I'm asking you, I've seen the master financial plan. Brendan has shared it with me, and I believe, Brendan, you have a motion which honors that plan before the board. I would like the board to actually decide in basketball terms, please do the slam dunk tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. It's on our agenda.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
It's nice to just, I've never met you in person, so it's nice to put a name to a face. Anyone else? please. Say your name and that you're a Norwich resident.
I'm Wayne Niffen, a Norwich resident. My understanding of the correspondence section was that we were to put in writing the questions that we wanted to ask the select board, but which you deferred at the last meeting. So I did ask those questions in the communication to the select board. And one, would like to know whether there's any plan to answer them. And then secondly, a larger question about what's been discussed at executive committee meetings, which I may not have privy to know about the situation with the Norwich Police Department. So those are the two questions.
Okay. We are going to have another executive session tonight. And the specific questions that you asked are what are the goals for the Norwich Police Department? I mean, I don't know that I personally can answer that, but I can tell you that I think the town goal is to have a police department. And what are the necessary resources at this point? You know, we've got a budget, but the budget season's coming up and we're going to do it again. And the steps to get there, that's what we're working out. So I think at this point, what I would offer is that we're actively working on solutions and steps.
And I respect that. The answer is clearly that the rest of the select board do not care to publicly make any statements about those three questions that I address. I'm willing to accept that, but I just want to understand everybody to understand that that's your response, at least one citizen's assessment of your response, which was not to answer those questions in this public meeting. I buy that. I can understand how things work.
I think Marcia expressed it well.
I'm sorry?
I think Marcia expressed.
Okay, that's fine. The point I'm making is that you have not taken the time to spend 2 or 3 minutes to explain to me and the rest of the community what your view of the police department is, how to get there, and the plans for doing so. Yes, because in my question, if you read that, I asked that each select board make a brief statement in public suggesting that this was the appropriate forum to do so if they chose to or not. You choose not to do it. And the other members of the select board choose not to do it. I understand that. It's very clear. You don't want to make your position on the police department and these issues public. I get it. Okay, end of story. I don't think there's any other explanation. My comment is that, as I've said in the letters, I think not funding the 5th police officer is a major mistake. I think that's one of the reasons, if not the most important reason, that Chelsea left. I've listened to her testimony twice on Zoom, and it was the working conditions, it was the pay, and what she said was the disconnections between what people agree to, i.e. a functional working police force, and the actual implementation of it. And she saw no hope that this was going to change. Okay, that's my reading of what she said. And I can understand that because my sense is that first of all, I don't understand how the process works. I don't know if you say to the town manager, fund this position, it gets done. Or the town manager says, I don't want to fund this position and kisses it off. But however the chain of command is supposed to work, the disconnects are going to cripple the Norwich police officers. It already has. We're down to 2. Chelsea left and the lady is sick. You got 2 officers trying to take care of things. It's not going to work. The next step is somebody else is going to leave. And then how are you going to recruit to fill those people? If you don't make changes, they're not going to stay. You're doing the same thing over and over again, which is the definition of being nuts, somebody said. And I don't know how the town works. If I should go to the town manager and ask for an appointment and say, can we sit down and you explain to me how this situation works? Are you the disconnect point? You're just not going to fund this. Or do I go to the select board and say, are you guys the disconnect point because you're not going to direct the town manager to do what the town wants and what we want? I'm in a learning process. I understand they're completely different points of view, but I haven't heard them. Nobody stands up and says, we don't need 5 police officers in the town of Norwich because they don't need to provide the following services. And therefore, we're only going to fund 3. Okay, I understand it. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. But you're not communicating enough information for people like me to understand what's going on. And I understand that it's not necessarily my role to expect that that should happen or that you should provide it. I'm just expressing a personal opinion.
Well, I'll let Priscilla say something, then I'll offer something.
If I may address Wayne directly, I don't think I've been shy about expressing my support for a police department. I don't think I've been shy about saying I wish we had a fifth police officer. I believe I said at our last select board meeting, it has been a frustration to me that we have been able to find money for an assistant to the rec department, an assistant town manager, and an assistant to the other two people in the town manager's office, and we can't find money for a police officer. I don't think we pay our officers enough. I think our wages are completely uncompetitive. I think that we don't give them an opportunity to have a work-life balance. I'm very frustrated about this. I am 1 out of 5 people. I was not part of the budgeting that went into this fiscal year. I'm still trying to learn what I'm doing on this board and how to work as a member of the board.
And I don't want to take any more time than I'm allowed it. But the obvious rejoinder for me is I understand your position. How about the rest of you? Because if all 5 of you share that point of view, then the question is, why in the hell hasn't the fifth position been funded? And the thing is, it's not in the budget now. We're in the budget process coming up, or we don't have the money. I don't buy that, quite frankly. I think unless there's a law that says you can't do that, and manager is operating under the principles that it's against the law if I try to do anything along that area. Then I don't understand that, but I haven't heard that. My understanding is it's a discretionary move on the select board's part to postpone this discussion until the next budget, which is fine, except that's going to be 6 or 9 months before it gets implemented. And in the meantime, I'm close to predicting that you're going to lose another police officer, and it's going to be a spiral. I don't think putting it off is acceptable. If you all think it is acceptable, okay, then you tell me your reasons, and maybe you're right. And I've misread the situation. And I can think of a number of scenarios that would make sense. I wouldn't agree with them, but they'd make sense. But I don't hear that, except from select board number 1.
Well, I think what I would offer is that I, for one, would like to have a stable police force so that we can get on with other business that needs to be done. And that's put in place. And how we get there is a little complex. But I would say, as you know, from your past work, you only get to use what money you have in your budget. Now, if our budget had excess this year and we decided that we could afford another one or whatever, I'm just saying, then that would be a question for the board. The next budget is about to be decided. And if we funded a budget, if we hired people today, it would only be responsible to budget for them as we go forward.
Correct.
And we do have collective bargaining still going on. And that's something I know nothing about, but I try and learn and get updates. So tonight we're going to be doing an update about that. We're also going to be having a general discussion about the police department. And so those things, unfortunately, you can't be privy to because we're trying to make the sausage. But trust me, if there's one thing I'd like to do, it's have a stable police force and be able to get on with the other things that need to be done.
May I ask you the question, what the definition of a stable police force is? How many officers? That's the issue.
Right. I looked back and I think in 2007, there was an advisory vote to go down to 4 officers, and that was apparently done. And that's apparently what we've been doing. And now we've had an advisory vote to go up to 5 officers. I think, I would be looking at a police chief to say what's required. And we've just seen a situation where, people change jobs, people get sick, people go on vacation. So, I think that has to be factored into it, but that's not my bailiwick. We get the budget money together, and this man has a pot of money to spend, which he works with the chief and the other departments.
I respect your answer, and I'm sure you can anticipate what I would say next, so I won't say it. A direct question to the town manager. Is it in your discretion, do you have the discretionary authority to move money around in the budget to meet emergency situations?
That's a good question. In an emergency situation, I probably still need select board approval to make a.
But you make the recommendation, or does the recommendation from the select board go from the select board to you? What's the process?
The process there would be probably a recommendation from me back to the select board for appropriate funding.
Okay, well, here's my input. I'm looking you straight in the eyes. This is an emergency. And I don't think the town can wait 6 to 9 months to begin a recruitment process that is based on more reasonable job compensation and hours and respect for the police. I think that we can't afford to take that gamble, which is what you are willing to take. And I understand it's a difference of opinion, and I respect your opinion, but I disagree strongly.
Fair enough.
I don't take gambles.
Excuse me?
I don't gamble.
With all due respect, you are gambling.
Well, I'm a member of a board. So,
okay, well, I've heard 2 people say that they're in support of a strong police force. Now it's down to 2. You had 1 leave and 1 sick. Okay. What do the rest of you think? Because if you all think there should be 3 or 4, then you got to get on the ball. If you don't, okay, I understand what's going on. You're dragging your feet. Fine, I get it. But I want to hear it from the members of the board, if that's appropriate. If you say I don't want to talk, that sends a message too.
Pam, you wanted to say something?
I do. I'm going to repeat something that I said at Coffee with a Cop when you were there the other morning. In 2007, the advisory vote was to reduce the force from 5 officers to 4. During that town meeting, the residents were told, and it's captured in the minutes of that meeting, that the coverage would go from 20 hours a day to 16 hours a day. The disconnect that you're talking about is that for some reason, our police chiefs have been told that they're expected to continue to provide 20 hours a day of coverage when they only have enough people to provide 16 hours a day. Mm-hmm. And so that's where we get into trouble. We burn our officers out. They don't have the work-life balance that they need. And so we're going to continue to have the turnover as long as the residents think that we are still going to provide 20 hours a day with a 16-hour-a-day force. Now we even have fewer. So we can't expect 2 people to cover 20 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And your suggestion for a solution is what?
Well, for the moment that we have coverage that can be reasonably done with the force that we have, and that we work to build that force back up. Right now we have funding for 4. So we need to make sure that we have 4 people and that we expect 16 hours a day, not 20.
And put off the issue of the 5th police officer funding until later.
The issue of the 5th police officer funding is an issue for the voters to decide. This board cannot take surplus funds and make the decision to spend that money. It is a decision.
You don't think the voters' approval of the 5th position assumed that it would be funded? Do you think that they knew that that wasn't going to happen?
They did know that.
They did not.
They were told that when the article was written, that they were only going to write the article for the advisory portion of whether the town wanted a 5th officer or not. I think it was a mistake to not put another article on that asks the voters, if you're voting to support a 5th officer, are you also voting the funds to fund that position?
Understood.
I was not on the board at that time, so I did not have a vote to, or a voice to make that position known.
May I take the liberty of asking you to if you choose to speak or not. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit. I can't speak too much about or anything about wages for the police because I've been on the bargaining team for the union. So I think that would be inappropriate. I'm not anti-police. I'd like to have a stable force. I do think that some of the turmoil is also happening in other areas of town government. We don't have a planner. We haven't had a finance director for several years. So I think some of it may be due to the unemployment, the employment situation that we're going through generally.
Mm-hmm.
And also that I don't think that municipal government is as agile as, say, corporate life. I think that it's like a giant ocean liner that kind of ooshes along. If you want to make a turn, you got to start it an hour ahead of time. So a lot of it's like that. I do agree with Pam that the appropriate time to talk about it is during budget time, because if we did commit to a fifth officer, that's going forward, and that's a significant boost.
Do you have a feeling about whether a fifth officer funded is justified and the thing to do? Or
I
not?
have a willingness to talk about it. I will not advocate for it. Also, I think that Pam had a good point in that let's talk about what a reasonable number of hours is. If we get the fifth officer, well, then maybe it's not safe to do your patrols with one person in the car. So maybe we need to double our force. Maybe we'll have 10.
Yeah, where
does this end up?
Well, I have an idea.
The only thing I would add, I think this has been an interesting exercise. The only thing I would add is I would like to begin to have conversations where everybody shares the same sense of facts and what I've in the past called a provisional set of realities, right? So I think, what Pam just introduced this evening I've never heard discussed publicly before. Right, that the voters were provided the expectation of a 16-hour patrol.
It's in a town report.
So, right, and so that has never been a public discussion. I think we, as a board, need to have an evidence-based, fact-based conversation, and then to sort out the details. And so, so you can't, you can't straw poll and ask people 3, 4, or 5 because we all that. I don't believe we all have the same understanding of what the evidence would even be for that discussion. And I look forward to actually having a fact.
With all due respect.
I haven't finished.
Okay, excuse me.
So I think we could do that when it's an appropriate time to do so. But I don't think everyone has the same set of facts. I don't even think we all share the same set of realities of what these facts are.
Can you finish up?
Well, can I just ask, proceed my line of questioning? I'd like if you feel willing to share it, and I can understand if you don't, I would like to have your personal feeling about what you think is the appropriate size of the Norwich Police Department and whether you think that fifth position should be funded or not, and why.
I don't think I've been presented any evidence by any individual in a position of power that would lead me to decide on 3, 4, or 5 would be appropriate. So I look forward to actually having information in order to make an informed decision.
Okay, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it may sound that way.
Well, you need to address your comments to the chair.
Well, except I've gotten the opinions.
It's for the chair to decide.
Okay, fine, I can address it.
Conversation procedurally, because you asked.
I will address my comments to you, Marcia. That's fine, but you've been around a long time, and to tell me that you don't understand the issues involved with the police force in Norwich is just not credible. I'm sorry to say that, Marcia, that if you've been on the board for years and you know the police issue has been a major problem, to say that you don't have enough information to make a reasonable comment about what you think the appropriate size of the force is just irresponsible. And that's all I want to say, with due respect.
Thank
for your time and effort, which I do appreciate, believe it or not.
Thank you very much. Yes, Stuart. And we're at 9:05. So
3 minutes.
Okay.
Richards, Norwich.
Thank you.
So back April 1, 2023, I wrote the following to the select board. I just read the first line or two here.
First line or two.
Yeah. I write with fear that we are in danger of losing our police force. Again, the reasons are pretty clear. And those reasons were spelled out, I think, in spades by Chelsea Maxim. I think she explained clearly to me anyway, and I hopefully clearly to everybody who's sitting on the board, including the interim town manager, just exactly why she was leaving. And I mean, her departure and the way she expressed herself really touched a nerve for me. And it was a heartfelt sort of thing that she explained, where she could not work with the work-life balance that we as a town, as a select board, as an interim town manager, that we were imposing on her. And so we have to correct that. We have to correct it. And one of the things, certainly, that was central to what she was saying was the lack of competitive wages. And I understand that there's a wage study that's being discussed, or it's on the agenda at any rate. That I find that very surprising. And the reason I find it very surprising is the information is readily available. All you have to do is pick up the telephone and call the towns that surround us and ask them for their wage scale. It's public information. I got the information within 24 hours from Judy Powell. She sent it to me. So I don't.
I'll just correct you. That wage study is for the town, not just the people who aren't under collective bargaining.
Fine. Well, let me rephrase it then. Have we done the due diligence to simply ask surrounding towns what their wage scale is for police? Have we?
I don't think it's appropriate to comment on that.
Not appropriate.
I have to say.
It's the heart of the matter.
Yeah.
We
Roger.
And you're
help me.
All right. Basically, there are certain things that you cannot talk about when you're in
labor negotiations,
those sorts of things. So we just can't go there. We can tell you that for those wages, for the whole town, we're definitely looking at it, because we have, we understand that there are problems with the whole town.
Including the police.
Everybody's in the town.
So I had asked for a copy of the agreement that we have with the union. I haven't received that. Is that available to me or not?
That's a public document.
You can Google it and it'll come up in your search.
I had asked the interim town manager's assistant.
It was actually previously made available for the last Public Records Act request that you made.
But you can just Google it.
That's where
I'm not speaking to you.
You're absolutely right. I'm sorry.
I'm not speaking.
Okay. So you can Google it and it's there. And I guess you did get it under, because Roger said you did. I don't remember if you did or you didn't, but
I don't recall receiving it.
It's definitely available by just Googling.
We made his public records request available on the website. So
it's out there in a couple of ways.
Okay, but all I can do is underscore the things that Dr. Niffen has referred to in his conversation with respect to the need for us to make working as a police person a viable kind of work for the people that we have. Because as I said on May 1st, and it goes back way before then, we've created a situation that is unsustainable. And I think we've been very lucky, actually, to keep the people that we have to date. So I would encourage you, and that's all I can do as one member of the public who pays his taxes, et cetera, as do you. You pay your taxes. You're not getting the services that you paid for, which is most unfortunate. Please do the right thing here and
Thank you.
and make it happen.
Thank you. Okay.
Copy of the contract.
Thank you.
I'm now going to move to Charlotte Metcalf, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break and move on our agenda. Charlotte, I would recognize you to share.
Thank you, Marcia, and everyone. I'm in my pajamas tonight in a different town and listening carefully to all of this. And I have a question, number one, and a statement, number two. I didn't intend to speak tonight. I just want to ask about the statement that Pam made, that in 2007, the town voted to have only 4 officers because my reading of the agreement that came to by the committee of 13 during the police study was that people wanted to have either 27 or 24/7 coverage. And also what is now missing from that whole report is Doug Robinson's commitment to the town of how he would accomplish it. And it was with a sort of a calendar of how he would schedule officers if he only had, if he had to do 27. And it required that he had 2 half-time officers to fill the 5th position. And it was the only way that he could do what the town asked of him. And during his tenure, he did have half-time officers to create the 5th position coverage so he could do 27. That is my understanding. I'm not refuting what Pam has said, but I am confused about the desire of the town to have only 16 hours of coverage. That's all. It just, the report is it's on the boards and committees.
It's on the website.
It's on the website. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Em, do you want to briefly answer that?
Sure. I went back and I looked at I've looked at several town reports going back to like 1986 or something. 2001, the town voted to hire a sergeant and they voted to fund the sergeant position. 2007, there was an advisory vote to reduce the force from 5 officers to 4. That article passed. And during the discussion at town meeting, it's in the minutes of the 2007 town meeting, that the select boards was very clear that if the town voted to reduce the force, then the coverage would drop to probably 16 hours a day. And if we only have 4 officers, then it makes perfect sense that 16 hours a day would be the maximum that we could expect. And I think I've heard stories of Doug Robinson, Jen Frank sleeping on the floor of their office to cover the hours that weren't covered by other members of the force. And so obviously expecting 20 hours a day, 7 days a week from a force of 4 does not seem reasonable and does not provide a work-life balance. So I think we need to really adjust our thinking that since the board only funded 4 positions, that we cannot expect more than 16 hours a day. And it's in the 2007 town report if you want to read it.
Yeah, thank you. I would just say that now we're in 2023, not 2007. And rather than reverting to the number of 16 hours, it might be that we really do need 27 because of the circumstances of our society. And the voters did vote to have a fifth officer, even though they were not offered the chance. It was not offered to them to provide the funding for that fifth officer, but the majority of the people voting did say, we'd like to have a fifth officer, which would confirm what the report in 2007 said, that they wanted 27 coverage. So I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Charlotte. Okay, I would like now to have, just asking anybody else. Bob, are you here for, no? Okay. Linda? Everybody's good? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
The recording has stopped.
9:22, please. We've got to move through some major stuff.
This meeting is being recorded.
The correspondence. So, do we have a motion?
I move to accept the correspondence.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Next, we'll do the AP warrant. This is warrant number 1012. Do we have a motion to accept that? And then we can have any conversation after that.
I move to approve AP warrant number 1012 in the amount of $86,413.74.
Thank you. Second? Second by Pam. All in favor?
Conversation.
Sorry, I went too fast. Go ahead,
I
Pam.
would like to request that we ask the finance department to put the account numbers on the warrant. That happened last on June 21st. It's very helpful to have that information, and it's just one more keystroke. So I'm asking that the account numbers appear again on all future.
Forward that through Brent to Brennan. Okay, anything else?
One quick question. SB Summer 2023 banner for $250. That's what the heck?
SB what?
Summer 2023 banner, $250. It's on the second page, kind of in the middle. What's that?
Greater Good Media.
What is that? What banner?
I think that, Mary, is that the Norwich Times? Do we pay for that?
Oh,
Yes, we do.
We do pay for that.
Because you wrote a column,
Right.
and I think we pay to be in there. And so I think that's what that
okay.
is.
Thanks.
That also comes up and suddenly the deadlines. So we need to talk about that. We need to put it out on the agenda because there'll be one for the fall. And wouldn't it be nice to know how our new select board members are doing? How does it feel, being tossed in? Just saying.
Okay. Is that sufficient? Any more questions? All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, next.
Right. So down your way.
Now we are at the informational section. Brennan?
Well, we have the town clerk here,
right.
first of all.
We do?
Yep, there she is.
Still
here, yep.
There you are.
And I have papers that the town clerk has asked to be circulated.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Brennan.
That.
So I thought I had nailed it because I had babysitting until 8:30 tonight, and clearly I was a little aspirational in my timing. But here we are. So you guys all have in your packet a Q2 report, which is basically just numbers: how many dogs licensed, how many marriages happened, how many hunting and fishing licenses. You have a little bit about voter challenges, and you have some information on how many records we have recorded. If you have any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them, but otherwise I would love to move on to the contract that was also in the packet and the process of getting some of those land records online.
Okay, I had two questions, and then I think what we may have to do is actually schedule you for a proper item on our next agenda. But my comments are the restoration money for $2,312. How does that differ from, is that just what you've spent out of the budget that we've put together for restoration?
No, so that's restoration revenue, and that's separate from the designated restoration fund, I believe. For every page that we record in our office, $11 goes to a recording fund and $4 goes to a restoration fund.
Okay.
And so we bring in about $8,000 a year in restoration revenue that is used at the discretion of the clerk to help restore and preserve our records.
And that's in addition to the money that the board budgets.
Yep. For example, last year in 2022, Bonnie spent $27,173 on scanning and indexing 20 books of land records. And I'm unclear what percentage of that came from money she requested from the select board and what came from restoration funds.
But that'll be interesting to have when we get to the budget season.
Yep.
And then, there's $194 in research time for 48.5 hours. Does that mean you're charging 25 cents per hour? And if so, why? Is that by statute?
Nope,
Why?
so we charge $4 an hour. That's the math there. 48.5 hours times $4 an hour is 194-ish.
Okay.
And that is the statutorily mandated amount that we charge researchers who want to sit in Judy's office and look in the old books.
Got it. Okay.
And then those researchers go ahead and pay us $1 per copy of whatever they find and want to copy.
Okay. Mary.
I've noticed the restoration work has been going on for a number of years, and I'm wondering if it's done sort of, do you start at a certain era and work your way back towards, for instance, the 18th century, or what is the...
I'm so glad you asked that. So there's a company up in Essex called CoFile that will send people down to let us better understand what needs to be critically restored and preserved. And then there's also the process of digitization. So those are often sort of at odds because you want to preserve the oldest and most damaged documents, but you want to digitize the ones that need to be most readily available to researchers.
And how's that going, that balance?
I have not yet spoken to the person from CoFile. I need to make an appointment with him to come down and go over our records. Bonnie last had him down in 2018. And since then, she's gotten a lot of the more recent land records online. So you can access land records back to 1983 online.
Thank you for that answer.
Roger?
So I don't know if this is for Lily to answer, but so why was the COT system contract in our packet, and what is the ask either tonight or at a future meeting?
Okay, so COT already hosts our land records online. If a researcher comes into our office and wants to see land records for the last 40 years, which is the amount that you have to go back to do a title search, they have to come to our office right now. What I'm proposing to do with this contract at no cost to the town is to allow researchers to access our land records for the past 40 years remotely. We don't lose any revenue. They still pay COTS the $1 fee, which COTS then forwards to us. So what I'm asking with this contract is to step into the 21st century and allow researchers, instead of having to send us a check, have us pull out the pages, photocopy them, and then mail them to the researcher. They can just do it from the comfort of their own office.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So I'll let, when I saw this, I sent some questions to Lily, and then I sent those questions to counsel. And, basically, is an elected town clerk allowed to bind the town to a contract, right? And what about the limits in the statute about how much can be charged for certain things? And the money that's pulled in, should that be going back into the restoration fund or something? And he sent back answers, which I will put together. And I think what we should do is put this on for the agenda for the next meeting and have everybody have the benefit of this. And I think basically there's not too much wrong with it, but there may be some things that we want to see on the website and the, for disclaimers and things. And then the board may have something to say about revenue stuff. So
can I address those before we are done, please?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So what Brennan handed out to you is a list that I pulled off of the VMCTA website of indexing and images for all the towns in Vermont. You'll notice there are 4 different systems that are used, and you'll notice we are one of maybe 4 towns that only has their index online. Every other town has both index and images. What that means is that every other town there is getting revenue from online searches. There's no issue, and I did talk to another town clerk about this, with caught systems charging more than the statutory dollar as a convenience fee and keeping that convenience fee for themselves. The dollar that is remitted to us goes into the deed fund as it would if we had a researcher come into the office to do the research.
Okay. So,
and I would also just let you know, I have to get this back to them by August 16th. So if I'm going to be on your next agenda, that's fine. But please look at the list of towns I gave you and realize that Norwich is in the vast minority here in not having our images online. And POTS is the one that usually, so POTS has 65 towns that it hosts online, and the other ones have the balance split evenly between them, basically.
okay. I think I'm seeing general agreement. We can put this on for the 9th. I'll send everybody, I'll put in nice form what the attorney sent. Everybody will have it, and then we should be able to just proceed expeditiously.
Excellent.
Anything else that,
oh, you should also note that Bonnie's the one that signed all of these record agreements for the last, since she became clerk. 1998 is when I have records too. So as far as I can tell, the select board saw the contracts, made them public, but Bonnie's the only one who's ever signed.
okay, sounds good. Roger?
So is your time with Bonnie, has that come to an end, or?
Yep.
Okay. And so, how did that go? Was it successful? Do you feel
productive?
Was it, I mean, the intention was to feel properly onboarded. So I guess my question would be, do you feel properly onboarded, or that you use that resource well, or, how'd it go?
I have never been in an organization that was less prepared for a transition they knew was coming, but I think I'm okay.
Okay. Cool.
Well done. Good.
This is already great. So
anyone else have any?
All right. Well, I'm happy to take any other questions by email, and you know where to find me.
Okay, and I will look forward to quarterly reports. These are good.
Happy to do it.
Just thanks, Lily. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that brings us, I think, to our to Brennan. You have a report.
I do. I will keep this very brief in recognition that we're at 9:37 here. So I'm just going to hit 3 topics. One, as was mentioned, we have issued 2 of the RFPs that the select board had directed me to issue. The Tracy Hall improvement study has gone out on Monday, as has the wage, we're actually calling it the compensation study RFP that's gone out. So those are now on the VLCT website. They're on our website, and I think we're going to actually do a small posting in the Valley News as well, just to make those all visible in public, as well as having identified some vendors working in the different areas, and we've proactively sent them the RFP documents.
Let me just say, I thought it was extraordinarily clear. I really liked them, the format.
Well, good. I hope others feel the same when they read them. Those are going to be due August 24th. And so I would assume we'll have a little bit of review time, depending on the number of recipients we have. And then we will hopefully bring that back in early September with this meeting to get approvals to commission those.
Okay.
The other piece from the finance office, the tax bills will be going out on Friday. This room is going to be, I believe, commandeered for a printing and envelope stuffing process that will probably take most of the day. And that will be, again, overseen by Joyce and Ashley in the finance department with some help from other staff in Tracy Hall.
Do you want volunteers to come help stuff?
I think we're covered right now. I appreciate that offer. I have your number if we get to 3 o'clock and have.
When the fire district sends out, various things, we always have a stuffing party. Cheryl and I, and maybe 1 or 2 others.
I do appreciate that. I think right now we have the 2 staff in the town manager's office and maybe even someone else. So we'll keep you posted if we need help. All right. So again, residents of Norwich can expect that they will probably be receiving those early next week. And then the text due date is going to be August 30th this year. So now I will switch to the police department, and I'm not looking forward to making this announcement, but I need to do so. So I received a letter of resignation from Police Chief Cochran yesterday. The police chief is going to be moving on for another career opportunity. I will say that I believe this is solely a career decision by the police chief, who is actually on the call, and I think would like to make a brief statement as well. We are not able to talk about right now where the police chief is going. That will be information that will come out in the future, but right now it is being held as confidential, so please don't ask. And very unfortunate news. I think in his brief tenure, Wade has done a really good job of coming into this community, building instant rapport with a lot of the community members, also working to rebuild the personnel. And obviously we had a setback with Officer Maxim leaving, but I think in general he has created a stable force that we will have to hand off to his successor when someone is found that will have the correct qualifications. So that's all I can really say at the moment on that topic. I will offer Chief Cochran an opportunity if he's still on the line here to speak as well. Wade,
yeah, I'm here, Brennan. So I don't have much more to add. It's a career opportunity that I was offered, and honestly, I'd be a fool to pass it down at this point. So I really appreciate the time and everything that the citizens in Norwich have given me. But that's about all I've got.
Thanks, Wade. Well, I will offer our deep thank you for your service over the brief period you were here. Like I said, I think you've done a great job, and we wish you well on your future career endeavors. I will also just add for the board and the community that we will be working over the next 2 weeks with Chief Cochran on a succession plan, kind of looking at a short term and a longer term vision of how we will handle immediate staffing. And I'm hopeful that we'll come out of that. Again, we only have a brief period of time to work there, but I think we'll have at least some idea of how we will fill gaps to the best of our abilities. I also do plan to reach out to the state police and to our neighboring towns and just let people know where we are currently and ask for some assistance there as far as coverage goes. So again, that's not the news anybody wanted to hear tonight, and I'm sorry to be the guy that has to say it, but it is our reality right now.
Thank you, Chief. I just, on behalf of the board, I want to say thank you for everything that you've done, because you really understood the tone of of Norwich, and you brought some special gifts and talents to this community. So I know wherever you go, you'll be prized, but we will miss you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I could also say how much I was quite devastated to get this news this afternoon. And Chief, you've been a trooper in every sense. And to me personally, in my time of great need, and you've taken care of me and my husband and my daughter, and all the interactions I've had with you, you're just fabulous. You're a tremendous loss to us. I wish you well. You're a real prize. So sorry you're leaving. I'm so sorry it came to this, but thank you for the time you've given us.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. Well, we didn't want to hear that, but well. Oh, come on, Wayne.
At the risk of being a complete asshole, I have to make the comment that this was obvious months and months and months ago. And you guys ignored it. And I predicted in a letter somewhere along the line, I think within 6 months we would have a police force. I'm not surprised at all. And if any of you people are surprised at all, you're not playing the game. You're not in the game. You got an ulterior motive or something else going on because it was so obvious that this was going to happen. There's no other excuse or explanation. And I think, you know, town manager shaking his head at me. Okay, I understand that. You don't agree, but you know, you guys have responsibility for what's occurred. You did not support the police force in a way that was necessary to maintain a quality force. And if you don't change what you're doing, you're never going to get one. And if you don't get that, then you guys need another job. Now, if your point is we don't need police, that's okay, your opinion, and your plan is working perfectly. We're not going to have police.
Thank you. I understand.
I hope. I understand that this makes me a bad act. And somebody's got to say the emperor's got no clothes.
Thank you.
You don't.
Well, I would just comment, I was not intentionally shaking my head at you.
This time, but previously you were. Maybe not. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little carried away. I retract that. Now, I apologize for being rude, but it sure as hell doesn't come as a surprise to me.
I think we all know.
You're shaking your head. What do you think?
I think
I was looking at Pam because looking to interject.
I want to.
Well, how do you feel about this? This is a big deal.
We need order. It is a big deal, and we have a lot of work to do.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Excuse me.
I apologize to you.
I'm informed that Linda Cook went home and she's been trying to enter the meeting and not being let in. Linda Cook?
Not seen
A phone trying to get in?
Nope.
Okay.
I think it's great that the police chief has a good career opportunity that he could move on to.
Sure.
Excuse me?
I said, sure. That's an easy thing to say. The reason he's leaving is because he hasn't been
He
supported.
stated that the reason he's leaving is that he has a better career. The police chief, or soon-to-be former police chief,
Better
that's what I said.
Better compared to what? Better compared to what he's stuck with here. That's what's better. If the conditions here were better.
Point of order. Okay. Yes, I know. All right.
And I won't say another word.
Okay. All right. We do need to move on. That was bad news, but we do have our work cut out for us, and believe me, we understand it. All right. Brennan, did you have anything else?
That was unfortunately my report.
Okay. Do we have anyone here to speak to the contract for Better Bin application?
That was Linda Cook, and Brennan says she's not.
Well, Andrew sure is.
So Andy's there.
Hello, Andrew Shearer. Would you like to speak to this?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Let me get my.
We can hear you.
You can hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just wondering if you have any questions for me in terms, I've been on the committee. We've started to push this forward and just think it'll be a good service for the town, help educate people in terms of what is collectible at our facility. And so we felt like this would be a good opportunity to bring in a little technology and allow people to use, do you want me to explain how the app works? Or
no,
how
I think we understand that. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think we do. I know for myself, what gave me pause about the contract was that it talked about developing an annual marketing and promotional plan, developing a QR code graphic. And so it just led me to think, what kinds of sponsors or advertisers are we going to be putting on our informational pages? And will we be able to provide those reasonable estimates of changes in contamination? So those kinds of things where there's an agreement that we're saying we'll be bound by. Are you, I don't know who's going to be responsible for that. I know it won't be the town manager's office. So who would do that?
Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit of a interesting situation. We are a committee of volunteers. The DPW director, Chris, has agreed. He said it's in the budget. He said we can certainly do this. However, I don't think he necessarily has the bandwidth to be the point person with this vendor. And so I think that's a real question. I would volunteer my time to sort of be part of that, maybe a team of people who could provide, provide feedback to the organization who's operating the app. But it is a little bit of a question in terms of just how that functions. I fully admit that. I will say Lebanon has done it successfully for a number of years. I could, certainly coordinate a meeting or something like that with the DP director of the landfill and the transfer station at Lebanon, but they have used it successfully for quite a while without issue.
Okay, Roger. Oh, sorry.
Sugar, I think you were first. So.
How do you know if it's successful? Is somebody monitoring how much stuff is, how much better the composting is, or how much more, or how do you know?
So I can tell you. So for example, well, two things. One, there is analytics that they get from how many users, how many things are scanned, so they can sort of take some of that information and provide a report to us as a town on the people who are using the app, how frequently, how much they're using, what kinds of things they're using. So it just gives us a sense of recycling habits, for example. So the goal would be to improve the end product. And I can give you an example. I've talked to Paul, the lead transfer station attendant, and he said in terms of glass, there's a fee when things are contaminated. So a contaminated the contamination fee for glass is $155 per ton. The uncontaminated fee is $40 per ton. Now, if the glass hopper holds 10 tons, at 10 tons, the contaminated cost is $1,550. The uncontaminated cost is $400, a difference of $1,150 that we would be saving as a town per haul, and that happens every 3 to 4 weeks. So the goal is to have a cleaner product so that we could get, incur fewer costs and penalties, and have a cleaner product that we would then recoup in the recycling markets when things go out on the commodity markets and then they're resold.
Roger?
So the app is cool. It's great. There's just, my only question would be, I think it would make sense for the committee, the volunteer committee, to work with the town manager and the director of public works to sort of serve as the content creators. There's going to be a lot of, you're going to have to enter information to start up, right? And so I think it would make sense if you did it. My only concern about that is that Lebanon also uses the app as a way to communicate to the residents about happenings at the transfer station. So for instance, people could say like, hey, it's closing at 2 p.m. because we're going to have it repaved, and that's going to be great, but sorry for the last minute closure. So those kinds of communications, I think it would be up to the town, i.e. the town manager, if they want to use, that's like a government communication, right? And they would have to decide if they want to use the app in that way. But I think to answer, I guess, what Marcia's question was, I think is we should assume that the committee, the volunteer committee, is going to kind of sort of take that role on for the app, and then maybe lead conversations with town staff about how they want to use it as like as a government speech forum, which then would need to be defined in policy, which is why I'm calling it a government speech forum, because there's a social media policy. Anyway, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what we need to do, though, I was just looking here to see if there was a breach clause, because I don't want the town to be signing something and then be in breach because we haven't done what we should be doing in terms of their advertising and all of that. And I mean, we have to look at your office.
We don't have capacity to do a whole lot with this. I will say that this contract was reviewed by counsel. Right. Came back as this clean version that we're discussing.
Right. I don't know that they particularly looked at what happened if we were in breach because of that. And so, I mean, it's to some extent, it's only $1,500, but nonetheless, if we're signing off on it and saying we're going to do it, I think we need to know who's going to do it. So,
right.
Should we bounce it back to, I don't know,
Solid Waste Committee?
I think the committee, what I tried to say is I think the committee should do everything that isn't a government communication. And I think they need to figure out a system to define what is content creation for the purposes of the goals of the committee, which is to promote, better recycling versus, messaging that is about transfer station happenings, right?
And it's also about doing the work, right? It's all who's going to do the work to do those updates or whatever. And if you don't have anybody in your group who can do that and is willing to commit to it, how do we sign off on this?
I don't know. I think.
Oh, sorry.
Mary?
I see it as a low risk decision. We should just make this decision. Also, I'm very interested in how it will look in a year or what the analytics will be. I'd like to know who likes to use it and whether or not it actually does improve our contamination rate. So I think that part's really good.
Well, I drafted the motion to read for the period of, actually, the contract says July 1, which that ship has sailed. So I don't know how you want to fix that, but just for 1 year. And so we could make a motion to, do it for a year and review it.
Just change the dates. Oh, and just add the review.
Well, the contract already has
renewal
hard written July 1 start date. I don't know if that matters to anybody.
But doesn't the contract imply that it renews annually unless we terminate? So it's an auto renewal.
We just have to put it on our calendar to terminate it, review it in March.
All right, just pointing out that it would automatically renew and they would expect payment if we don't cancel.
All right. Just
want me to make a motion?
give it a try. Meanwhile, Andy, I just say you've got to figure out how you're going to do it. You just got to figure out how you're going to.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Sorry. You have to figure out how you're going to do this if we vote for it.
Yeah. No, I think I will say the CEO is very forthcoming and she's been very easy to work with. We have a peer in Lebanon, can check in with them. So I think, I think there are resources available to us, and, we'll come to the board, if we have any questions or issues.
Pam, okay, thank you. Pam, did you notice when when it automatically renews? Because we want to make sure we review this before then.
Well, if you look on, page 1 says the term is effective until the company completes services in Exhibit A or terminates as in Section 3. Then when you go over to Exhibit A, number 6, payment, licensees shall pay company an annual fee of $1,500 for consideration of services.
The termination in number 3 on page 1 is with 30 days written calendar notice to the other party. So I think what we should do is just put this on our calendar, which I'm developing, or say March, so that we get information from your committee, Andy, and then we can make a decision how well this is going. Does that make sense to people?
Motion?
Motion?
I'm going to read as written. I think it's fine. I move to authorize the interim town manager to execute the Better Bin application contract for the period July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 for an annual fee of $1,500. Annual fee of $1,500, whether we begin on August 1st or July 1st, right? So.
Right.
Second it.
Seconded by Mary. Call the question. All in favor? Okay. Wait a minute. Now we'll
Hesitantly say yes.
All right. We'll roll call. Priscilla?
Abstain.
Hesitant, yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes, with all those caveats.
Yeah. The town of Norwich has the Better Bin app.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Right. So we're counting on you to get this organized and make sure it runs.
Sorry,
Okay.
yes.
I'm sorry? I was a yes. With no caveats.
And Priscilla. Okay. So now, thank you, Andy, for coming.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Good night.
Yes. Good night. I think we're at the Kids Bridge.
We are
That
at
would
the
be
Kids
Brennan.
Bridge. Mr. McCabe, thank you for your
Believe it or not, we're
patience.
going to cross the bridge.
Across the bridge. All right. So I had presented a memo here to the board. It was pointed out that we do have a master financial policy, and in that we have a gift provision here, which I think this falls under. So I hopefully captured what we were trying to do here in supporting the future fundraising for additional donations that are going to be required for the balance of this project. We'd like to get that done or underway certainly immediately. I think there's still a small hope that this could be implemented here before the end of the building season. If it's not possible at this point, we will be looking to do this in the spring of 2024. And I have presented a pretty simple motion here that would just authorize the solicitation of funds for the Kids Bridge as presented in my memo.
Thank you. I actually sort of took a stab at putting in a little more data here. So mine mentions the up to 25,000 and just that the funds would be appropriately accounted for by the finance office and available as appropriate to complete the project. So anyway, any questions, concerns, Roger?
I mean, is it worth talking about 2017 understanding of something? I thought my understanding from her, Durfee, was that this was pass through and not a gift. So there would be so the way it was described is there would be no reason to take in gifts because the town was merely was providing a service for philanthropic cause. So I don't know what that. So when you say, which is to say appropriately accounted for, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to go with it because I think all funds should be appropriately accounted for. But I was understanding that it would be, and I think that only matters in an auditing, accounting world, and which more of a reason to trust the finance office about that. But I don't think we're actually taking in money as a town. I think we are the vessel to hold it for people. And I don't know if that is an actual distinction or if that's just politics.
Yeah. The problem is we've got this gift policy, which talks about property services, gifts, and people are giving so that a bridge can be built. And what we ran into, what I saw, I came into this late, was that there was a question about where did the money go? And so I don't know that we had a fund that was particularly labeled Kids Bridge. And so that's why I put that in there. And we were just trying to follow the gift policy, which said if you don't have a budgeted program for something, then it just goes through the town manager so that the select board can be apprised of what's going on. And since this is a fresh appeal for $25,000, this would keep it all supposedly within our own policy, above board, and make sure that it's put into some appropriate fund so that we know exactly where it is.
Can I make a comment?
Yep.
The fund has been set up. It is established by the town manager. It's called the Kids Bridge Fund, is it not?
Not yet.
No, not yet. Okay.
No, it's still a commingled fund, which will be separated out.
Okay, and that's important because the major foundation that I'm talking with says their capital giving policy is a good fit for our town. They have a presence in our town. I'm not allowed to solicit them because you haven't given me permission to do that. But the green light is on for submitting a request. They have a deadline. The request will be for $25,000, which will pay for the entire project. And you serve as our fiscal agent, according to this foundation. That's all they need to know, because you're the responsible town representative, and you will make sure the funds go to the designated destination.
So is the money being gifted to the town, or is it not being gifted to the town?
So
are we the entity to pass through the funds, or are we receiving a gift?
Well, what are we getting? We're not getting cash. We're getting a check.
It would be a check.
Made out to?
Town of Norwich.
There you are.
Okay.
Yeah. Sete un gift.
Absolutely. You cannot put it in the town accounts if it's not made out to the town of Norwich.
Interesting. Right. So that's why I thought it imperative to say that the funds will be properly accounted for, etc.
Yeah, you bet. The foundation wants to make sure that the funds that they do send us go to that project only.
So do we, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think the motion covers that. And once this is done, Brennan would get the account set up, and then the money could be gifted.
Yeah.
And it's earmarked.
Right. So do I have a green light from, or you have to take a vote, I know.
We're going to say, is there a motion? Oh, we have a question.
Is there already some amount of money that's been raised that is coming somewhere that has to be pulled out?
100
will be pulled out. It needs to be added to.
Yeah, but that you said if it's commingled, it has to be set up in its own.
It's all accounted for. It's sitting in one account. We're gonna, for clarity, separate two accounts where we've had funds stored. So it's an accounting procedure, but it's all.
A historical glitch will be cleaned up.
Thank you.
When do we anticipate that historical glitch will be cleaned up?
Before we get any money.
That would be good.
I don't want to promise that, actually, because I know Joyce is working on a lot of the reconciliation stuff. But
well, let's put it this way. When that account is set up, can you let Don know so that he can?
Just to be clear, there is an account holding the funding for the Kids Bridge, which I think, to suit Don's purposes of fundraising, this money will go into. At some point in the future, when reconciliations are occurring, we will do a better job of clarifying X dollars of this project, X dollars that project. But it is not unknown where those funds are.
Is that true? I am not comfortable with that. I think we need a policy that we will no longer commingle funds, and that we will post haste clean up these issues. It's just not good financial policy to have commingled funds. I know there's 2 or 3 instances where this has happened, and they need to be rectified immediately.
Well, they inherited. I understand it.
And it's just a matter of doing one of those reclassifications.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that take?
If I may.
Yes, you may.
The finance director is very aware, has this on her priority list of things that she is working on, along with many others. So I understand your concern. This is a project that will be completed in a timely way. I can't promise you when, but it is a priority.
And I mean, you couldn't appropriately say it'll be done by X date.
So Yes, so we are making a decision to accept funds under a policy that we were previously trying to revise, that I think there's general agreement that we would like to revise. But I appreciate the decision that we're going to make a decision based on what we have, not what we want to have. That makes good sense. So the difference between this action to accept this gift and previous times, because we've been in this situation before with gifts. What is different about this moment versus past moments that we're having the conversation, and the conversation and the authorization is what makes it acceptable? Do you know what I mean? Like, why are we accepting $25,000 for a bridge? Like, what will stop anyone from, I don't know, raising $100,000 for their own police officer, let's say? And in all seriousness, so what is the distinction here that we're
accepting the gift?
I think I understand what you're saying. I mean, I guess somebody could come in and petition the select board to raise gift funds for a cause. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing here. I don't see that there's a distinction other than the select board would have the ability to agree, as you will tonight, or not, on whether that was going to be allowed by the town.
Yeah.
Which is why I've advocated that we needed to work on this gift policy. But I know.
We've been in on that for years.
Right. But this is the one we've got at the moment. And
yeah, I hear that. But I just,
Can we move this?
I'll move it. I move to approve the solicitation of funds up to $25,000 by Don McCabe for the Kids Bridge Initiative as presented. Said funds to be appropriately accounted for by the finance office and available as appropriate to complete the project.
I'll second it.
So Roger and Mary. Call the question. Priscilla.
Yes.
Pam.
Because we do not have a separate account for this, I'm a no.
Roger.
I'm a yes with caveats.
Mary.
I'm a yes.
Marcia, yes. Passes.
Thank you.
Go forth and build a bridge.
Go forth and solicit.
Fund a bridge.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
you'll work closely with
step
Brennan.
Yes, Brennan has been, by the way, known, and you've known several town managers going back 3 or 4 years ago. And Brennan is on point and behind this project 100%, which is a turnaround from the original town manager who said, give me the money and I'll put it in a safe fund for you, and then it disappeared.
Oh.
Things are much better now.
Glad to hear that.
You know the story. It's ask the town treasurer or the audit committee, they know the story.
Thank you very much, Dawn.
Yeah.
There is no audit committee.
Thank you.
Good evening. All right, we're now at number 8, the Recreation Department Scholarship Fund Adjustment and Fundraising. Brennan, do you want to say anything?
I don't have much more to say than what is already in Joyce's memo in the packet here. So she's got 2 motions that she would like approved tonight that would just give her the authorization to move some funds to better account for this money.
Okay.
So,
Roger?
Apologies if this was in the memo. What we're moving it from one fund to what fund? Like, what line item transfer is happening here? So one is a general ledger account called scholarships, and we're going to move it to, what's the TRX from scholarship fund? Transaction from scholarship fund. Do you know what that means?
I think what happened.
She's showing that it's going to be debited to a revenue account, I believe.
I think
it was put in it looks like an expense account. 01 is usually an expense account. 40 is a fund account.
I think the money was just put in the wrong account. She's trying to fix it.
It's 40 is probably the reserve account 40, fund 40. And then a 01 account would be an expense account. So it looks like instead of it being put in as money being set aside in a fund for scholarships, it was expensed.
So we don't have a reserve fund if it is indeed a reserve. We don't have a reserve fund for scholarships. So is that
number 40? We might. I'll look.
So great, Pam. You have that.
Where is
it? You?
I just wanted the story. I don't care if it's a bad story. I just want to know.
No, it's a good question.
It's okay if it's ugly.
Fund 40 is recreation scholarships.
Okay, and that was a reserve fund.
That is a reserve fund.
The voters established a recreational.
Right. And it looks like the money came in and was expensed rather than put into the reserve fund.
So
she's saying, I need to move the money into a reserve fund, and then I can show that it went out for scholarships.
So if it's a reserve fund, all reserve funds need to be authorized by the select board. I've never in 4 years authorized one of these. I'm not saying I have to.
But just for consistency sake.
Oh, you mean the expenditures from the scholarship fund?
Yeah.
It doesn't come to the board.
Okay.
She spends her money.
In a reserve fund?
Yeah.
That's kind of against financial policy.
Well, that's up to,
All right. So are we moving that? So
it's going to change.
So my question then, so that's fine. So if we move it out of reserve fund with our authorization to some other fund that presumably is in management's discretion to spend, is that what we're doing? Because that would be a good choice.
I think if you read the first memo, what happened was she thought she had a deficit, which she didn't. It was just that money was put in the wrong place. And so she's just trying to fix that.
Yeah, no, I'm introducing a new set of problems that I want to talk about.
Yeah. which seems to be a bigger set.
Yeah. So I think, but this motion has consequences. So what this motion is doing is it's taking scholarship reserve fund, which is established by the voters with select board authorization, and moving it to an operating fund.
No.
What is it moving it to?
Okay. What is happening here, from what I understand, is that when the money came in for scholarships, it was immediately expensed as paying someone's scholarship. Instead of putting it in, and then it looks like the scholarship fund was charged, which created a deficit.
Okay.
So now we need to move that money back over to the scholarship fund to cover any deficit that was created by wrong accounting transactions.
So that's great. And then what I would then say, is if we need a motion in the future, perhaps, to authorize a bulk movement of reserve funds to an account that management has access to without coming before the board, because I can appreciate there are certain sensitivities and considerations for why we shouldn't be reviewing each individual scholarship, then we need to do that because it's otherwise inappropriate and inconsistent.
Yeah.
Right. I think our treasurer would like to explain to us what is going on here.
Okay. Did anybody else have something? I will go forward first. All set? Cheryl.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm not sure I know all of the information you're looking at because I'm not in Vermont right now, but from the sounds of your conversation, it concerns me that you're moving something to a reserve fund, but I'm not sure the account is it in the general fund? Is it the 01? Is it a 015?
It isn't. It's an 014.
014. Okay. So anyway, that I think it's something to be careful about. And I don't know what's in the packet. I'm sorry. I just wanted to share that if it's not clear to you, and it doesn't sound to me like it is, I wouldn't be voting on something at this moment. I would get more clarification as to what it is you're being asked to do. Thank you.
Well, Pam, I think you explained it well, right?
Well, there's a number of points here. One is that we have a department head spending reserve funds without authorization. And somewhere along the way, when these funds came in, they were booked to the wrong account. And so she was spending reserve funds that hadn't been booked into the reserve account. So it sounds like what we're being asked to do by the finance department is clean up that mess, but it does not address the issue of a department head spending reserve funds without authorization.
Do we know that that's true, that the board never voted to allow her to
give scholarships without coming to the board? Because again, that could have some
Yeah.
sensitivity.
The only thing I know, so it's a personal knowledge of mine, is I have never approved an expenditure from that fund in the years that I've been on the board. That being said, there's lots of reasons why we wouldn't want that to happen. But I just think we should potentially at a future meeting, get the actual reality and then just take the action that is in the best interest of of scholarships. So it's appropriate to authorize the rec director to solicit funds for that reserve fund, but for them to expend it, they should have either a one-time, like a transfer every fiscal year, or there needs to be some mechanism where the board says, thank you for your good work. Thank you for providing this service. We're moving the funds to an operating fund where you have discretion to spend it as you will. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but this is ringing a bell that we did discuss this with her at one point when we were talking about financial policies.
I mean, I think we've discussed as part of the gift policy. I mean, I think the way that the money comes in is it's through a third-party platform and people make donations through that third-party platform. And then that money goes into an account that the finance department now seems to have access to and has rectified the process. But I think it's just a matter of.
It's just another step that we need to make.
I don't want to approve scholarships, but I just know that legally we're legally required to approve everything that's in a reserve fund.
Right.
But I don't want to necessarily approve every scholarship that comes into the
All right. Shall we put that particular
I think it's a question yes. I think that's a question that's come up out of this.
All right. So
if other people think that's the case.
But I'm not thinking that it prevents us taking action on this.
No.
Okay, so for next time, we're going to have an item, and we're going to call it reserved fund. Reserved fund, and let's just call it reserved fund and recreation scholarship.
Yeah,
we need to take an action about preserve staff's ability to make thoughtful decisions about how to use scholarships without coming to us every time.
Right.
But state statute does require us as the select board to approve all reserve fund expenditures.
Right. So we should make a motion that legally gets us out of that.
So this and staff need to understand that they have to come to the select board for those approvals.
Well, unless we take that and say that's going to be moved into an account that they can spend from.
Right, but is that going to be a standing order, or is that going to be something we do annually?
That's going to be something we'll decide next week.
But I'm saying all reserve funds, no matter what department they affect, the staff needs to understand that the select board is the only body that has the authority to spend those funds.
Yeah, and we don't even necessarily know, to Marcia's point, we don't know all of the details. We just try to do what's in the best interest of the intention of the fund.
Right. So this is cleanup.
Yeah.
Exactly. So to clean up with the first motion, do we have a motion?
I'll move to authorize the finance department on June 30th, 2023, book the total scholarships awarded in fiscal year 23 in the amount of $2,330 by debiting GL 40-5-425-248 scholarships and crediting GL account 01-4-000-811.10 transaction from scholarship fund.
Well done.
I'll get it.
Second by Roger. Shall I call the question, Priscilla?
That's a good question. Why does it say to do this on June 30th when this is already July 26th?
Because it's a year-end cleanup.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Priscilla,
it's part of the reconciliation process.
Fine.
Yes, Pam, Roger.
Yes, I vote yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes, unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, second motion, this would be about the Recreation Department Director to commence fundraising for the scholarship fund effective immediately and continue until such authorization is revoked. We have a fund and we have under our gift policy that would be consistent with budgeted programs. So she wouldn't need to go through the town manager, but she is soliciting or wants to solicit. And so she's coming to us. Do I need to, is there anything else?
No, I think that's exactly it.
Okay. Discussion?
Is it a complete motion as far as, I mean, it seems complete. I'm just wondering if there's a trick to this. Is there something we haven't thought of?
I mean, the fundraising for the Rec Scholarship Fund is for what? It's for programmatic activities? Is it for, you know?
It's to help people who need help with paying the fees for whatever activities their children would enroll in. If they need financial assistance, that they can turn to Bree and ask for a scholarship.
So does someone want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll move to authorize the Recreation Department Director to commence fundraising for the Recreation Scholarship Fund number 40, effective immediately, and continue until such authorization is revoked.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. Any more discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, that brings us, I believe, to Finance Department number, this is number 10, Finance Department staffing issues. And this will require an executive session, I believe. It's contract issues. Do we have a motion?
And this is one in which the interim town manager?
Yes.
Will be, okay. I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. section 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And a second motion?
I move to enter executive session under 1 V.S.A. section 313A1A to discuss a contract or contracts and to invite the interim town manager.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Second by Roger. All in favor? Unanimous. We are in executive
This meeting is being recorded. The recording has stopped.
Okay. Sorry that you were waiting this long.
That's all right. I wasn't sure what you were going to do.
Where did Robert?
So I'll wait for. I'll record when you go back in public session.
Okay.
And while we're at it, I corrected the last, but this executive session was about item 11, update on collective.
It was.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, yes.
No, everything's out of order.
This meeting is being recorded.
May I have
I moved to enter public session.
Mary's moved to enter public session. Do I have a second? So moved. So moved by Pam. All in favor?
Yeah.
Unanimous. We are in at
11:32.
11:32 p.m. Okay. We have one more executive session. May we, and this would be regarding the police department personnel contract matters. May we have a motion?
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place a public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. Section 313A1.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. And now, second motion?
I move to enter executive session under 1 V.S.A. Section 313A1A to discuss police department personnel contract matters and to invite the interim town manager.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Roger. All in favor? Unanimous. We are in executive session at
11:33.
11:33.
The recording has stopped.
My brain is starting to stop too. It's so long.
Okay. We can be live again.
This meeting is being recorded.
So we have a motion to enter public session. So moved. By Mary. Can we have a second? Second. By Pam. Yep. All in favor?
Oh, yeah.
Unanimous. At 12:01, we are in public session. All right.
Hey, can I get into public?
I'm sorry. What?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Linda.
Linda.
Yeah, I've been sitting in the waiting room. Nobody's let me into the meeting. I hear you every now and then.
You've been on the meeting the whole time.
Linda, we were in.
I couldn't hear.
Linda, we were in.
I couldn't hear a thing.
Linda.
I know you for executive. I heard you in the executive going in, but I never heard you come out.
You just did.
4 times we were in executive session. Okay. All right. So I would propose that we table item 13, 15, and half of 14. I just think we maybe need to spend 5 minutes thinking about what we are going to do for the interim town manager review and when we're going to do that and what we're going to ask from Brennan, et cetera. So first of all, do we have an agreement about tabling items 13 and 15?
What's 15 again?
15 is Tracy Hall. Just, it's on there as a blanket.
So, okay.
I will send you guys a whole bunch of reports that I had ready for this meeting, but you know.
Okay. So,
yeah,
everybody
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we are tabling 13 and 15. And now, does anyone have anything that they want to see happen specifically for the interim town manager review? And that question is for you as well.
Well, there is a form that is used for employees. I'm wondering if that's something that we would want to look at to inform our discussion.
There's the John Carroll one. There's others too, I think. Yeah, there's a Steve Flanders one.
The one that I used, I can't remember if it was Carol's or I think it was Carol's. I didn't find it too helpful.
It's sort of very oversimplified. That one with the grid.
Right.
Yeah. And the Flanders one is very, I don't know. It's like the federal government or something.
When we did employee reviews in the Lister's office, we wrote up what we thought should go on that form, and we asked the employee to also fill it out, and so that we could have an exchange of, how do you think this particular aspect is going, and then compare it to what we were thinking.
So I think we need an agenda item to decide how it is that we would like to evaluate our employee, or not even, and I would say separate to evaluation, just like offer feedback, right? Like, what is the mechanism?
Make a suggestion.
Right. Yes.
If we consider meeting every week.
Hold that. Right now, shall we agree that we will, how about everyone send me your ideas or what you would like to see on a evaluation.
Okay.
And I will put something together, and I would like to hear from you sort of an evaluation of us as well. So
a 360 evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be a really good idea. That would be helpful, Brennan.
Help us as well.
Okay. And so I will put together a document that we can look at next week, and then we could potentially agree on that and then have an evaluation on the last week of August, or the last meeting. How does that sound?
So when do we need to send our ideas? Like as soon as possible, right?
ASAP.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody clear on that?
Tomorrow. Yep.
Okay.
If I'm functioning tomorrow.
Okay.
What's tomorrow? Friday.
So if there is no further business that we need to take up tonight, may I have a motion to adjourn?
I'm,
Yes.
what are we tabling these two? August 9 or August 2nd? And we haven't even talked about the RFP for the town manager, which it keeps getting pushed out further and further and further.
Item 15.
Well,
That's
it's
15.
on 14.
We haven't talked about meeting more frequently either.
Right.
I took Roger's work and I did some
Yes.
Edits, yeah.
editing.
Yes, you did. That's right.
And I accepted the changes so that I could read it. I didn't touch the scope of work because I felt that, everybody needs to weigh in on that and the proposal requirements. And
the selection process.
yeah,
But that might not be part of it anyway. It's just farther down the,
yeah, I think we could leave the selection
leave that out
process.
of the RFP.
Mhm.
Isn't there like a town standard for that?
Well, what Rod put in a previous
Can't do that.
was based on recommendations from the town manager, the town will offer an award to the chosen firm. The town anticipates making the award no later than X date.
I like that.
That's all you need for selection. Just how, when and how we move.
I think it's more about like 30% goes towards ability to perform the work based on prior experience, and like 20% goes to ability to speak to the proposal itself. Like there's
Right.
criteria,
You could do a grid thing.
which I could do, but I figured everyone had their own ideas if they wanted to evaluate it.
Well, we can do it several ways. You can send me your ideas of scope of work and proposal requirements, and I can put those together as well. We just need to push this forward. And then for the companies that we're thinking about, I thought that the 3 of the 4 that were on this list from Mary were good. That would be the Municipal Resources, Raf Tellis, and Colin Bainsinger.
So for municipal resources, we have an existing proposal. So we would have a sense of what the scope for their search would look like. I said that was part of the prior search, so I can circulate that. It wouldn't be a formal bid, but it could give you a sense of what their work would be. Just FYI.
Send whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, send me whatever you've got. I'll put things together, and then I guess I don't know what's going to come in the door for next week, but
Well, should we set a date? Should we, plan to meet August 2nd? Just to knock a few more things off?
Yeah, what concerns me is all the things we said that we would do on August 9, and now we're tabling these items to
Exactly.
August 9. And so,
Why don't we get caught up a little bit?
yeah, I think we need to get caught up, because otherwise we're going to have 20 items on our August 9 agenda, and I'd rather meet more frequently, have fewer things, and get home before midnight.
I'm willing to meet August 2nd if we're just discussing the town manager proposal, but I can't have like a 2-hour meeting and then have another 2-hour meeting the next week, assuming it's only 2 hours.
okay, is everybody willing to do town manager on the 2nd?
Yes.
Sure. And are we doing just the RFP or the planning for the review as well? Probably just the RFP. That'll be enough. I
think so, because I think the planning, I think you're basically charged with coming up with the planning. We're sending you everything, and you're going to basically create a document, which will be the mechanism for the conversation.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and we'll discuss that on the 9th. And then we'll have the evaluation on the 26th, is it? 23rd.
Did I just space out? Did we say we were meeting on August 2nd?
Special meeting.
Make that up.
Next week?
Yeah.
Just need to tell people.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that good for now?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
By Mary. Do we have a second? Second by Pam. All in favor?
Oh, yeah.
Unanimous. We are adjourned at 12:10, and thank you all for hanging in here, especially Cedar.
Yes, thank you, Cedar.